Bowlers, this is your 2-minute warning. There are 2 minutes remaining in practice time. Make any final adjustments now. Everyone hold up on the practice. Thank you. Bowlers, just a reminder, at the end of each game, the pin setters and scoring monitors will shut off. We'll collect the scores, we'll upload them to the websites, and then we'll get you moving in your next game. Games 2, 4, and 6. The arrows must be reversed before you start. In games 2, 4, and 6, please reverse your arrows before you start scoring. All right, it looks like there are 10 pins on the deck. Scoring arrows have come up. Bowling fans, how about a great send-off for round 2 qualifying in this year's Team USA Trials for the men. Thank you. Good luck, bowlers.
All right, folks, welcome back to Bowl TV for the second round of qualifying for the USBC Team USA Trials. This is the men's second round. We are behind lanes at 35 through 38 at the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Aaron Smith. Thanks for joining us here. We are just kicking off game number 1 of 6. We'll have a quick recap of who's joining us here for starters, as well as yesterday's results, and a look at how the ladies finished up from earlier in the day. So we are competing on the 40-foot Athens pattern from the World Bowling Library of Conditions for round number 2. And of course, bowl.com/Team USA Trials is your place for information. We'll get the lane assignments up there as soon as possible to see who's coming to our feature pairs throughout the day. So welcome everybody. We hope some of you caught our action earlier in the day as well as yesterday. And thanks for joining us. We'll get a rundown of the lineups and a recap of everything in just a few moments, but welcome to Bowl TV. All right, folks, quick look at the lineups here in game number 1. Joining us on 35 and 36, James Grago, Mark Curtis, Joshua Rondino, Wesley Lowe Jr., and Brandon Williams. And over on 37 and 38, Will West, Ben Pilardi, Michael Eaton, Andrew Anderson, and Tristan Leon, who just delivered his second consecutive strike. Once again, the recap after day 1 on the 37-foot Melbourne pattern. The left-hander, Rhino Page, led the squad with a 14.61 total for his 6-game block. That was a 243.5 average, so he got the 1 point for winning the day. The 2015 Team USA Trials champion, Cameron Doyle, Brentwood, Tennessee, finished second with 14.17. Sitting in third, Kenny Ryan, a junior Team USA member in 2015, sitting third at 14.14. Jeff Fair in fourth, 14.13, and AJ Chapman rounded out the top 5 with a 14.10. Earlier in the day, we had the women's second round of qualifying. Shannon Pluhowski had a big day, leading the way with a 13.99 total to easily distance herself from the rest of the field. The left-hander posted a 233 plus average for the day. Sitting in second, Danielle McEwen from Stony Point, New York, at 13.45. Aaron McCarthy was third, 13.05. Amanda Green, 12.96, and Jordan Richard rounded out the top 5 from Monday's competition with 12.80. So now for the overall scores for the women through 2 days, Danielle McEwen is your front runner with a total of 9. So just in case this might maybe your first time tuning in or not familiar with how team trials works, you essentially get points each day based on how you finish. So as we mentioned, Rhino Page finished first yesterday, so he received 1 point. For instance, if he finished 26th today, he would receive an additional 26 points for a total of 27. So for the ladies, since they're done with 2 rounds, Danielle McEwen, after a 7th place finish in round number 1, finished second today, so her total is 9. Sitting in second is Amanda Green after a 6th place finish yesterday and a 4th place finish today, for a total of 10. Ashley Dunn from Palmdale, California, sitting in third with 11. Jordan Richard is in fourth with 14, and there's a two-way tie for fifth. Stephanie Johnson and Brianna Cody both have 27. So after the guys' 6 games today, we will also know how the standings are looking for them. But we're still a long ways from that, so just game number 1. We're only in the 3rd frame here, so the pace will be a little bit slower with the guys, just because they have more players on a pair. The ladies only had 3 or 4. The guys' field sold out once again. So we have the max at 175 competitors here in 2016. All right, good news. Appears the lane assignments did go through, so excellent to hear. Come up a little bit sooner here for the second squad. Question about Kevin Fisher. He's a pair over on 33 and 34. So far, Kevin has gone spare, open, strike, and is looking to convert the 245 on lane 34 in the 4th. Trip 4 for Tristan Leon. He is out running today, starting with the front 6 here in game number 1. Tristan finished day number 1 in 66th overall with a 12-10 total for his 6 games on the 37-foot Melbourne pattern. So he already has 66 points for his total team trials performance. So definitely looking for a lower number today, and that is a great way to start. Can't get any better. Tough break for Wesley Lowe in the 8th frame, leaving the 6-8. The two-hander who attacks the lanes from the left side. He's been an impressive player at just a young age. He's already spent time on Junior Team USA. He's now moved on to the collegiate ranks for national powerhouse Wichita State. Wesley's already spent 3 years on Junior Team USA, has won a handful of medals. He is the 2013 Junior Gold Champion. Just looking to put together another solid day. Wesley is right around the top 10 after day number 1. 11th to be exact. So he's looking to continue that success and earn his spot on the team once again. Right now, all eyes heading lane 37 as Tristan Lane has started with 7 consecutive strikes. Gone high on that lane last time and headed a little higher this time in the 8th, so his string of strikes ends at 7. He'll look to convert the 4-7 and make a run at 270s here. James Grago kicks off the 10th frame on 35 and 36 with a strike, working on 3 in a row. Grago can get to 228 still. Some solid games still out there on 37 and 38. Will West can get to 217. Ben Pilardi, collegiate player from Lindenwood, can get to 232. Michael Eden still has 229 available. Despite the open of the ninth, Tristan still has 254. Andrew Anderson, a past junior team USA member, still gets to 202. Great shot there by Eden. Once again, a recap of how trials works. This is a 5-day event with 1 round of qualifying for both the men's and women's portion each day. They switch back and forth to see who goes early and who goes late. So the men are starting late. They'll start early tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time. But each block is a 6-game block on a different world bowling pattern. We started with the 37-foot Melbourne pattern yesterday. We have moved on to the 40-foot Athens today. Tomorrow will be 44 feet with Tokyo. Wednesday will be our shortest pattern at 34 feet, Stockholm. And then the longest pattern will be on Thursday, our final day of qualifying, 45 feet, and Rome. But players are competing to essentially be as close to the top of the standings as they can each and every day. If you finish first, you get 1 point. If you finish second, you get 2, and so on and so forth down the line. So when it's all said and done, you want to have the lowest score possible. And if you're one of the lowest of 4 scores total, that's an automatic spot on Team USA for 2016. If you happen to have the lowest overall total on either the men's or the women's side, that also earns you a right to represent the United States at the World Cup in 2016. The top 4 in the standings also applies to Junior Team USA. So the top 4 youth players on both the men's and the women's side will earn their spots on the junior team. Additional selections will come from the National Selection Committee. 2 for the men's and women's adult team and 2 for the men's and women's junior team. And that will actually conclude the junior team. So they already have 6 people, both the men's and women's side, for Junior Team USA, who earn their spots through qualifying at the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. For the adult team, another 5 selections will be made on both teams based off of resumes submitted by past Team USA and Junior Team USA members, along with those on the top 25 point list on a PBA or PWBA tour. The final spot on the adult teams will go to the U.S. Amateur Champion. Once again, coming back in 2016, the U.S. Amateur will feature the top 3 amateur players in the field on both the men's and the women's side. They will advance to a stepladder final. That'll be Thursday evening right after the final round of qualifying. And the winner of that will earn a spot on Team USA, if they haven't already. So definitely a lot of excitement left to come this week, and that's what all these competitors are here in Las Vegas for. To represent their country at the end of the week. And hopefully further on down the road, take home some medals with either Team USA or Junior Team USA. Quick Kevin Fisher update. Kevin finished with a 212 in his opener. And on our feature pairs, James Grago 213, Mark Curtis 194, Joshua Rondino 136, Wesley Lowe finishes at 198. Brandon Williams finishing up on lane 35. He can get to 224. Over on 37 and 38, Will West 191. Ben Pilardi 221. Andrew Anderson 189. Tristan Lane looking to get to 254 with one more strike, and good place for that. Finishes with the ever popular 251. And Michael Eaton looking to close up game number 1 on 37 and 38. Brandon Williams finishes up with that 224, so the stage belongs to Michael Eaton for his final 2 shots. Eaton delivers on his second offering in the 10th, can still get to 229. Just a reminder, folks, game 2 will be underway shortly. We do wait for everyone to finish up game number 1, and then everyone starts game number 2 at the same time. So that's how this is working. So hopefully everyone is pretty close to finishing right around the same time, so we can get the game 2 started quickly, so you don't have to wait too much longer to enjoy some bowling here. Eaton finishes up with the bucket, gets him to 225. So game number 1 is in the books here at the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials for the second round qualifying for men's competition. Game 2 coming up shortly, so don't go too far. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. Thanks again for tuning in.
should be at work. I'm big. Because the bar, that's what we're going over tonight. So we're leaving to come back here. Oh, it's just 12 hours later. Every time you race it.
7-9. Sounds good, right? What? Yeah. It's just how many can't pry it off right now.
Everybody should just. She's like, I'll let you go. That's why I thought, I had second over. I'm not looking for a foot. No, we haven't been. Today? Or you what? I'm like, and then you put out what? No, I didn't. It made you laugh. Probably like me. Oh, that's good. No, why two? That's. Well, I mean, here's. There are some people. Ever sad people. Yeah, yesterday we watched a video. What you see over this guy? But it wasn't just two. He missed like two. You've got it like 8 feet earlier than you got it. So you missed by 2. You got it further. Like you got there 8 feet earlier. I mean, but they don't get it. Or they don't. I think every ball boy. I love it. That's why I tell everybody I'm bowling. It's an never threw a ball to it. Josh, what is going on? Every game?
I.
Should be a lot. Oh, that looks good. Shit. Oh, sorry.
All right, everybody, game number 2 is underway. Joining us behind lanes 35 through 38 at Gold Coast. Mika McCracken, Jake Provenzano, Andrew Heritage, Randy Cody, and Raymond Young on the 35 and 36. Over on 37 and 38. Andrew Letcher, Kenny Ryan, Josh Mullen, Antar Howard, and Sean Bursek. Kenny Ryan had a nice opening day on Sunday, finished the day in 3rd. He's looking to continue that success here on the 2nd day and gain some momentum. So as soon as the standings are up through game 1, we'll be sure to let you know. They've usually been popping up pretty quickly, so obviously this is still first frame, so give it a minute or two, and hopefully we'll be in business. Once again, we are on the 40-foot Athens World Bowling condition for the 2nd round of competition here at the 2016 Team USA Trials. 44-foot Tokyo coming up tomorrow. 34-foot Stockholm on Wednesday, and the 45-foot Rome pattern will close things out on Thursday for qualifying. All right, scores are up through game number 1. With Matthew Farber leading the way with a 269. John Janowitz sitting in 2nd, 266. Rhino Page, our round 1 leader, off to another good start, 258. Kenny Ryan, who's on our feature pair, started off with a 255. He was matched by Jeff Fair, who also had a good showing yesterday. Pair of 255s. Alex Glinsky of Linfield, Pennsylvania, sitting in 6th with 252. Tristan Lane, who we saw in game number 1, is in 7th with 251. Devin Bidwell in 8th, 247. Cortez Schenk and Greg Young round out the top 10, tied for 9th at 243. So definitely some big numbers out of the gates here. We'll see how the scoring pace transitions throughout the day here.
Everybody knew how bad I hated them too. And then I got that here 3 times out of 16. And then I got position with 3 out of 6. I two of them still lead.
All right, hitting the halfway point of game number 2. This is a busy time, so did step away for a few seconds, but I'll get you some updates you'll hear from requests in the chat room. From what we can see for Christian, he started game number 2 with a strike, and open through 4, so 56 is the total. We'll be stepping up on 39 in just a moment. Once again, we have a limited viewing space here, and unfortunately no live scoring. So we are definitely doing the best we can with what we can see. Once again, the lane assignments can be found on bowl.com/Team USA Trials. There's also a link in the description below. Go ahead and click on 2016 results, and you can find all the information you'll need there. We'll get a look at Kenny Ryan in a second here. Off to a nice start after a spare in the first. Had a big 250-plus game in the opener, looking to continue the momentum from yesterday. Ryan also a member of the very talented Robert Morris, Illinois collegiate program. And with shots like that, he's looking to continue to hold his spot on the junior team. Once again, we appreciate everyone tuning in here for the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. We will have wire-to-wire coverage throughout the week, so essentially anytime you turn on Bowl TV, you're more than likely going to find something throughout Thursday. Squads start every day at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. So essentially you could start your day at work with Bowl TV. As I mentioned earlier, by all means, if you need some kind of written form from your boss to watch Bowl TV during the workday, we can arrange that. It's perfectly okay to do that during work. And join us here and watch some of the Best players in the country try to earn their spot on Team USA and Junior Team USA. All right, we're cruising along here in game number 2, hitting the home stretch. Once again, these are 6-game qualifying blocks. So one big game can really really make your day, and one not so big game can definitely put you in a tough position to make the trek back up the standings. Six games does go pretty quick, but we've seen some big jumps with a big game in the final few games. Notably, Danielle McEwen earlier today fired 279 in her final game to jump up quite a few spots in the standings for the day. Moved up all the way up to second for the second round of qualifying on the women's side. And that pushed her from 7th into 1st for the overall standings. A big welcome to the Waz joining us from the Boulder Show. Always a pleasure. Mr. David Waswo joins us here on Bowl TV, so welcome, sir. Also just had a friend check in from back home, so welcome to Bowl TV, John Zucklin. Appreciate you stopping by. Question about how we get the scores for these events and how they get up so quickly to the website. And essentially we have a good friend, Rick Cruz from Brunswick, helping us out with the scoring system here this week. He's teaming up with Nick Bohannon to help set that up, and that's one of the reasons why we have a brief break after each game, just so we can send the names and get everything situated here, and then it's just a matter of uploading to the website to the document, and bada bing, we have scores. All right, if you are having some issues, if it's still saying results not yet available, you may want to try a refresh, hit the F5 button, or in some cases you may just have to open it up in a different browser. I've found that's had some success, at least on my end, so hopefully that works for you as well. Also, welcome to Joe Cresson Hope I pronounced that right. He's joins us quite often here on Bowl TV. So, Joe, appreciate the continued support and welcome. All right, 10th frame underway in game number 2. 35 and 36. Mika McCracken Looks ready to kick things off on 35. Randy Cody will do the same on 36 in just a moment. Mika still get to 218. Randy Cody working on 3 in a row, still has 226 out there. Wrapping up the 9th on our other feature pair, 37 and 38 here at the 70 lane Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. One pair to our right, Steve Smith, a past Team USA member, finishing up with 239. Nice shot by Randy there to make it 4 in a row. Andrew Letcher is going to kick things off on 37-38 for the 10th frame. Still can max out at 197. Antar Howard, 199. Jake Provenzano adds another strike in a row. At least 4 in a row. It's a little tough to see the scoring monitors here from our vantage point at Gold Coast. Obviously, they're only showing the back half of the game, or the first half, depending on where we're at. So some of the scoring monitors I can see from here, others a little bit tougher. Need thicker glasses or a better prescription, one of the two. So we'll see what Jake can finish up with here. Randy Cody in the books, 212. Mika McCracken, 186. Provenzano takes care of the 7-10 there. Adds another strike on top of it. It's going to have a nice finish here. Andrew Letcher looking for another one on the top. He's had a few 9-pins this game. He's been making some good shots. Just Carey hasn't cooperated, but gets the 10 to kick out there. Raymond Young tries to lean on the 7-pin, doesn't get to fall though. Jake crosses over for the final hit, and 248 in the books. Andrew Heritage getting ready to step up on 35, can get to 226. All right, Kenny Ryan stepping up on 37. With all of Robert Morris in attendance cheering him on here. It's a little bit high, leaves the 6, can still get to 222. Sean Burzek getting ready to step up. Can get to 165, just about done on 35 and 36. Andrew Heritage can still get to 215. All right, 35 and 36, all wrapped up. Mika McCracken, 186. Jake Provenzano, 248, leading the way. Andrew Heritage, 204. Randy Cody, 212. Raymond Young, 132. Still have a few more shots here on 37 and 38 before we get ready for game number 3 of this 6-game qualifying block. We are on the 40-foot Athens pattern. Kenny Ryan finishes up with 222, so the stage is set for Josh Mullen to take us into game number 3. Andrew Letcher, 187. Antar Howard, 186. Sean Burzek, 141. As I mentioned, Kenny Ryan, 222, and Josh still has 213 out there. Kicks out the 10 on the first one. Once again, a reminder, folks, don't go too far. Game 3 will be up shortly. We do wait for everyone to finish one game before moving on to the next, and then we all start together. So for those of you just tuning in for the first time this week, that's why there's a delay after each and every game. But I promise there'll be bowling in a little bit, so don't go too far. So we'll get one more shot from Josh Mullen. All right, good place for that. Josh Mullen wraps up game number 2 with 209, so that's going to do it for game number 2. Game number 3 coming up shortly, so don't go too far, folks. We'll be back with game 3 in just a few moments. So sit tight. And thanks again for tuning in to the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. Okay, we're kicking off game number 3 here in round 2 qualifying for the men at the 2016 Team USA Trials. Joining us on 35 and 36, Alex Blaisdell, Mason Yamada, Alex Aguiar, Joseph Grondin, and PBA champion Ronnie Russell. Over on 37 and 38, we have Justin Carl, Kyle Hayes, Brad Miller, Dallas Leong, a former junior Team USA member, and Jordan Nunn. Scores are updated through game number 2. So Devin Bidwell has moved into the lead. Games of 247 and 239. Sits at 486. Kenny Ryan still up there after 222 and 255. He's sitting at 477. Tied for third, Matt Farber and Terrence TJ Rock, both at 468. Cortez Schenk rounds out the top 5 with 464. Looking a little bit further down in 6, Deron Booker from Anaheim, California is at 462. Anthony Simonson from Princeton, Texas at 460. Jacob Provenzano, who we just saw, sitting in 8th with 457, and we have a tie for 9th to round out the top 10. John Janowitz and AJ Chapman, both at 456. All right, we're hitting the halfway point of game number 3 in the second round of qualifying at the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. Had the women's qualifying block earlier in the day. Those scores are up and posted on bowl.com. You can visit the Team USA Trials page to get there. Standings updated through 2 games. Once again, this is game number 3 on the 40-foot Athens pattern from the World Bowling Library of Conditions. Ronnie Russell up on 35 and 36, 4 out of 5 to start. He'll be up in a second over on 37 and 38. Both Brad Miller and Jordan Nunn working on 4-baggers after spares in the first. Ronnie Russell finished day number 1 in 30th overall with a 1270 6-game block. And so far after 2 games is back in 30th. Games at 220 and 203 for 423. So he's starting to try and get away from that number 30, going in the right direction. 4 strikes to start, followed by 2 single pin conversions. Looks like we'll have to get a score correction on 37 and 38. As they had a brief break in the action. Brad Miller delivers the strike in the 7th. Looking pretty good this game. Still has 269 out there. So they get ready for the 8th on 37 and 38 after Jordan Nunn's shot. Already in the 8th, over on 35 and 36. Ronnie Russell looking for another double. Great shot there from Dallas Leong to make it 3 in a row. Dallas, a local here in Las Vegas, and as we mentioned earlier, a past Junior Team USA member. Dallas actually led qualifying at the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. However, he had already aged out of Junior Team USA, so his spot went on down the line to one of the next qualifiers, but still fun to watch him bowl and put on a show for definitely one of the toughest tournaments out there, Junior Gold. Definitely a test for these youngsters. I've seen so many people kind of make their breakout on or at Junior Gold and have gone on to much bigger and better things. You take a look at the list of winners over the past few years, and certainly a who's who of the up-and-comers in the sport. Even going back to the very first Junior Gold, Missy Parkin, then Missy Bellander taking home the title. She's gone on to have a pretty solid career. Our second round leader on the women's side, Shannon Pluhowski, won back-to-back-to-back Junior Gold titles from 1999 through 2001. Stephanie Nation also took home 3 in a row. Now Stephanie Johnson, 2003, 2004, and 2005. And the list goes on and on. We could name just about everyone here, all very solid players. Sean Rash on the boys' side in 2002. Nathan Bohr and Scott Norton have found success on the professional level as well. So Definitely is a great training ground to build the future. Tenth frame underway here in game 3. Joseph Grondin delivers his 4th consecutive strike, looking to get to 223. Alex Blaisdell has a fill ball left, can get to 171. Justin Carl about to kick off the 10th frame over on 37 and 38 in a second. He's going to wait for Brad Miller, looking to bounce back after a split in the 8th. Nice rebound from Miller. A nice collegiate career at Lindenwood. Blaisdell finishes with a strike, gets to 171. Grondin finishes up with 2:22. Dallas Young working on a few in a row, asking for that one to get back. It does. Mason Yamada got the first strike in the 10th. Can add 2 more to get to 223. Runs a little bit high, but gets the break. Take him when you can get him. Ronnie Russell's first offering, the 10th. Gets the hit. Dallas Young finishes up with 225. Kyle Hayes up. Second shot at the 10th. Got the first one. That one's not going to make it back, though. So I'll be at 178 with the conversion. Mason Yamada finishes up with 218. Alex Aguiar. Ronnie Russell finishes up with 226. Kyle Hayes is going to get to 178. Tough conversion made by Alex there. 3-9-10, never fun to shoot at, so he'll get one more, can get to 189. Jordan Nunn finishes up with 198. Brad Miller can still get to 217. It's going to rev up game number 3 here. So we're past the halfway point of the second round for the men's portion of qualifying. So game number 4 will be coming up as soon as everyone finishes up. Brad Miller finishes at 205. So folks are going to move on to their next respective pairs, and we'll be ready when game number 4 starts, so don't go too far. As we hit beyond the halfway point of round 2 of the 2016 Team USA Trials. This is men's qualifying. We had the Ladies Bowl earlier today. Once again, we'll have a recap up on bowl.com later tonight with all the information. You can check out scores and more at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. So everybody hang tight. Game number 4 coming up next. Game number 4 of 6 now underway here at Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. Behind lanes 35 through 38. Joining us on 35 and 36 is the lane to our left. We have Anthony Simonson, who's getting ready to step up on 36. Crossing over to kick off the game, but I'm sure he'll take it and make the adjustment off that. Let's talk a little bit about his recent success. Also joined on the pair, Greg Young. Spent a few years on Junior Team USA. Bradley Krause, Brandon Wanders, and Briley Howe will wrap up that pair. Over on 37-38, we have Brett Cunningham, Michael Lane, Rick McCormick, along with Michael Lane and Jacques Kahn. Scores are up through 3 games. Devin Bidwell continues to hold on to the lead. He's posted games of a 247, 239, and 213 for a 699 total. Moving into second, gentleman on our feature pair, Greg Young, who takes care of the 3, 6, 9, 10. Greg's had games of 243, 192, and 258 for 693s. Sitting in third, John Janowitz, Winter Haven, Florida, 692. Rhino Page moves back up the standings into fourth, our day 1 leader. Games of 258, 191, and 239 for 688. Cortez Shank, already a member of Junior Team USA for 2016, is in fifth. 243, 221, and 223 for 687. Rounding out the top 10, AJ Chapman is in 6th with 681. A tie for 7th, Steve Smith and Brandon Biondo, both at 678. Brandon Biondo also has already secured a spot on Junior Team USA for 2016. Rounding out the top 10 is a tie for 9th. Kenny Ryan dropping a few spots with 677. He is all tied up with Deron Booker at that same 677. So those are the standings through 3. A look at your top 10. So definitely a lot of moving and shaking still left to be determined here. So you see a lot of scores just within 20 pins of the top score in that top 10, so any big game can really send someone shooting up the standings quickly. Conversely, a rough game might drop you a few spots as well. Hopefully we don't see too many of those here on Bull TV. As Brett Cunningham trips the four, just want to say thanks for the kind comments in the chat room. We certainly tried to do our best, and Lucas did quite a phenomenal job, and we're certainly going to miss him here on Bowl TV as he takes on a new venture in Indianapolis. He definitely showed us the way, helped lead the way, so hopefully we can continue his legacy through plenty more broadcasts like this. Crossing over in the first frame on lane 36, Simonson goes to the nose, leaving the 3-4, 6-7, 10. Simonson has had quite a run here in the latter half of 2015, starting with a win at the USBC Open Championships in the doubles event, teaming up with Marcus Sleeper Jr. to claim the regular doubles eagle. Followed it up with a great performance at the U.S. Open in Garland, Texas. Just missing the TV show. Finishing sixth when it was all said and done. And he'll be on a PBA Tour telecast in the upcoming weeks. Teaming up with Connor Pickford in the doubles event. That will be airing sometime down the line. Might as well check and get you a correct date instead of just guessing here. We won't say who won because spoiler alerts are bad. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to make you watch the show. Looks like it's going to air on January 17th, so got a few weeks away. Make it 5 in a row for Brett Cunningham. After a spare in the first. Cunningham was a pretty solid player collegiately, bowling for Lindenwood University. He's now helping out coaching the Maryland Eastern Shore team along with head coach Kayla Bandy, who's also competing this week. There's a look at Greg Young in the fifth on lane 36. He had moved into second place after game 3. Throwing some great shots here. Second strike of game 4. Over on 39 and 40, Sergio Torres looking to put up a big game here in the 4th. He'll be up in the 10th and bowler or 2, looking to shoot 279. So I mentioned, you never know where a big game can really take you in this kind of format. 6 games could definitely have a lot of swings. We've seen people make big jumps in the standings quickly, so one big game could possibly snowball into a strong finish, and before you know it, you're have a spot in the top 10 or top 5, or maybe even leading the day. It's certainly seen it before, and you can take that momentum into the rest of the event. Still in the 8th on our featured pairs. Players definitely starting to get left here. Now that we're beyond the halfway point on this 40-foot Athens World Bowling condition. Of course, one of the tricky parts about making the moves on these tougher conditions is obviously how the folks played them ahead of time. Really dictates where you go, and no practice in between games, so it's pretty much fire up and go. So whoever can decipher what's going on the quickest from game to game, minimize mistakes and take the hits when you get them. This right lane has given Anthony Simonson some fits so far here in game 4. Including a split in the 3rd frame. Let's see if he finds it. Still shaking his head, but he'll set up the 10th with a double. Can still get to 223. Simonson in a unique position here, as he can still qualify for Junior Team USA. I believe he's still only 18 years old, so still plenty of time to join the team. However, unlike other youths, he's also has his professional membership with the PBA. Talked about some of his success recently. So he is not eligible for the U.S. amateur portion of the event. So most of the other youths do not carry a professional card. So Anthony in the minority of that classification, but we'll certainly see if he can possibly join both teams this year. Was in good shape after day number 1, tied for 7th. He has been around the top of the standings so far today as well, currently in 14th after 3 games. Brett Cunningham kicks off the 10th frame on 37 and 38, leaves the 10. Can still get to 237 this game. Matt Russo getting ready for the 10th as well, up on 38. He's going to have a shot at 240 still. Max out 242. Simonson delivers on the first shot of the 10th. Brett Cunningham will finish up with 236. Nice game from Brett. Matt Russo going to the bag for his fill ball. Can still get to 222. Here's Michael Lane's 10th frame. Russo, the two-hander who attacks the lanes from the left side, finishes up with 222. There's Brandon Waters, first shot of the 10th. Taking a different line than we've seen from most here. Still gets to 202 this game. Simonson finishes up with 211. Jacques Khan gets the first strike of the 10th. Max out at 174. Michael Lane finishes at 162. Rick McCormick's going to step up for the 10th, can get to 196. Some of you may remember Rick from a roll-off at Junior Gold in 2015 for the final spot into match play. Definitely a good thing to check out. A lot of energy, a little bit of showmanship in that match as well, as competitors went back and forth. Definitely was a fun call on our part. I was joined by Lucas Wiseman for that event. Great shot there by Greg Young to kick off the 10th. Once again, he was sitting in second coming into game number 4. Can get to 216. Wanders finishes up with 201. So Briley Ha will step up on 36, working on a double. Jacques finishes up with 164. McCormick will have the final shot on 37 and 38, looking to get to 196. We'll settle for 195. Nice shot from Briley to kick off the 10th. Greg Young finishes up at 206. Bradley Krause stepping up on 35. Open in the 9th. See if he can bounce back with a few strikes to get to 202. Nice shot from Krause to kick off the 10th. Mixes them up, throws a few pins around. Can still get to 202. Briley chops the spare. They'll finish at 204. All right, final shot coming up. Game number 4 here on our featured pairs. Bradley Krause looking to get to 192 with the conversion. We'll settle for 191. So that's going to do it for game number 4 of the second round of men's qualifying here at the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. We are at Gold Coast Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. 2 more games to go of this block, and then bowling will be complete for the day. The women finished up earlier today. And after the guys finish their 6-game block, we'll have a story up on bowl.com later tonight talking about the overall leaders, as well as the folks who did well today. So everyone hang tight. Game number 5 coming up next. We have transitioned to game number 5. And joining us on 35 and 36, Brian Monette, Kevin Benko, Jeff Fair, Brian Dragotta, and Andrew Olson will be on our left lanes. Over on 37 and 38, Matthew Kearney. Might be Carney, actually. My apologies. Vince Biondo, Tom Henke, Marcus Yamada, and Daniel Hansen. Tom Henke notably won the under 15 division of the Junior Gold Championships in 2015. Earning his spot on the development team of Junior Team USA. All right, standings updated through game number 4. Once again, we keep having a shake-up here. A.J. Johnson now is taking over the top spot. Games at 224, 214, 234, and 257 for a 929 total. To jump into the top spot, Steve Smith, past a Team USA member, is second with 916. The son of Vince Biondo, Brandon Biondo, moving up the standings once again, sitting in third at 904. Devin Bidwell, who led after games 2 and 3, has dropped to fourth at 902, and Greg Young rounds out the top 5 with 899. Further down the standings, Cortez Schenk still hanging around the top 5 with 897. AJ Chapman in 7th, 884. Kevin Fisher has moved into 8th place with 873. And a tie for 9th and 10th. John Janowitz and Aaron Uradovich at 872. Aaron just fired a 275 game, so he's been trending in the correct direction after a rough 169 start. He's gotten better each game. Once again, bull.com/Team USA Trials has all the information with these scores that I'm looking at right now. Just click on the 2016 results tab and go from there. Currently the top bowler for this round on our feature pairs, Jeff Fair, sitting in 16th place overall with an 865 total. Jeff had a nice performance yesterday as well, securing a top 5 finish. Talked to Jeff for a little bit yesterday after their block was done. So this is the first time he's bowled the event in quite a while, so he was excited to be back and definitely excited to get off to a strong start. And there's another great shot from him. Jeff is the son of USBC Hall of Famers Steve and Nancy Fair. Jeff is part of a pretty talented group who bowls the USBC Open Championships every year. Always a threat to make a run, and Eagles still looking for that first one. join his father in that category. We actually featured Jeff's team during doubles and singles at the Open in El Paso, Texas earlier this year. We got to see Jeff showcase his lofting abilities, so we see a few of the guys already doing that on 35 and 36. So we'll see what Game 5 has in store.
Hi, Addison and AJ. I hope I bowl a big game for you.
All right, he must have known we were talking about him, so Jeff Fair is saying hi to the kids and family back home. So thanks for tuning in. We'll see if he can deliver a few more strikes. All right, a request in the chat room for a Sean Wilcox update. Sean's off to a little bit of a rough start so far through 3 frames. He went spare, open, so he had 40 in the third. Just went up in the 4th frame and left a single pin up there, so he's going to try to cover that up and get things going in the 5th. All right, another question in the chat, looking for a Logan Langer update. Unfortunately, Logan does not appear to be in our viewing range from behind lanes 35 through 38, but through 4 games, Logan's sitting in 100th place with a 757. Be sure to check out bowl.com/Team USA Trials and visit the 2016 results tab. You can see an updated score or updated scores throughout day 1 and day 2. There's also a link in the description below the videos to that website, so you can just go right there, click on that, and get the 2016 results. We are at the halfway point of game number 5. Just one more to go after this. The second round of qualifying in the men's portion of the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. Still have 3 more days of competition after this. After Game 6 for the men, that will conclude our broadcast coverage, because there just won't be any bowling left to see. So the men will be back for round number 3, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. local time here in Las Vegas. So for those of you on the East Coast, get to sleep in a little bit or actually do some work at work before you tune in. For all you folks on the West Coast, why aren't you here? It's Vegas. Come out and check out the action, or start off your work day if you can't make it out. As we mentioned before, if your boss gives you a hard time about watching Bowl TV while on the clock, I got the paperwork, I got a notepad, I'll sign anything for you, and we'll make sure you get to watch the Team USA Trials. So we appreciate the continued viewership here on Bowl TV. Had good numbers all day. We hope to see those throughout the week as we get closer and closer to figuring out who's going to be joining us on Team USA and Junior Team USA in 2016. All right, folks, 10th frame underway here in game number 5. One more to go after this, and then we'll have a little bit better idea of how the standings are shaping up for the overall. Brian Jagoda starts off the 10th with a ring 10 on 35. Fish up at 205 now. Brian Monette can get to 203. Matthew Carney can pick up a spare for 161. Tough game for Marcus Yamada. He's going to try to cover the spare to get to 118. No troubles though for Vince Bondio or Jeff Fair right now. Both looking pretty strong. Biondo, a former Team USA member, as we mentioned yesterday. His son Brandon is bowling the tournament. Brandon earned his spot on Junior Team USA for 2016 through his performance at the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. But Vince and his wife Joey, also members of Team USA. It's actually how they ended up meeting, so the Biondo family very involved with Team USA, very important to them. Vince looking to make it happen again, looking to finish off a big game here. That's just mean. Great shot, leaves the 9. Brian Monette in the books at 182. Brian Jagoda 203. Here's Andrew Olson, first shot of the 10th, up on 35. Saws down the 7th pin. Vince Biondo is going to finish up at 232. Daniel Hansen can get to 177 with a strike on the fill ball. That's not what Kevin Benko was hoping to see him to start off the 10th. Hansen finishes at 176. Tom Hankey is going to conclude the action on 37-38, our under 15 junior gold champion in 2015, working on double, can still get to 189. Trips it and shows the emotion. Saw plenty of that on the TV show. That was broadcast on CBS Sports Network. Tom, a very animated bowler, likes to wear his emotions on his sleeve, and when he gets it going, he is fun to watch. We got to see him on the live stream pairs a few times throughout the event, and young man's definitely got a bright future in the sport. Kevin Benko finishes up with a 177. Here's Andrew Olson's final shot of game 5. He'll get to 201. And the stage is set for Jeff Fair to take us into Game 6. Nice break there for Jeff. Ball ran a little high, and he's going to gladly take that one. He's saying those are okay every once in a while. Makes up for some of the hits that didn't fall this game. That's more like it. Another great shot from Fair. Taking advantage of the nice hit to kick off the 10th. Going to go to the bag, try something different here on the fill ball, as this will be our last shot at Game 5. Game 6 will be underway shortly here on Bowl TV, the 6th and final game of today's broadcast. So round 2 for both the men and the women will be completely wrapped up here on Monday. There'll be a recap on bowl.com later tonight. And then we'll be back at it bright and early here in Las Vegas, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern for the 3rd round of men's competition. Jeff Fair finishes up a nice 258 in Game 5. Going to take that momentum into the finale. Going to see if he can keep moving up the standings here at the 2016 event. So hold tight. Game 6 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Don't go too far. Thanks again for tuning in. Game number 6 underway here for the second round of qualifying at the 2016 Team USA Trials. The ladies finished up earlier today. Final game for the guys. Trying to put themselves in good position for the day. Work their way up the standings for the overall in order to earn a spot on Team USA or Junior Team USA. We'll run down the lineups in just a second. On 35 and 36, we have Zach Brandt, Corbin Sadowski, Chad Mee, who earned a spot on Junior Team USA for 2016 due to his performance at the 2015 Junior Gold Championship. Casey Cohagen and Dakota Vostri. Over on 37 and 38, we have Logan Langer. I know we had a few folks in the chat asking about Logan, so here he is for game number 6. Tyler Gromovitz, Holden Luke, Jacob Boris, and Dan Knowlton will round out our featured pairs. And folks, with the big game from Jeff Fair, that actually moved him into the daily lead. At 258 on our feature pair, propelled him to an 11-23 total for his 5 games. Fair has gone 255, 183, 210, 217, and once again that 258 to move him to the top spot overall for the day. Devin Bidwell has been around the top spot all day as well. He's in second, 11-17, just 6 pins behind. Greg Young back up into third, 11-13. Steve Smith in fourth, 11-10, and Brandon Biondo rounds out the top 5 with 11-04. H.E. Johnson, our leader after 4, drops to 6th with 10.99. He struggled a little bit, $1.70 that game. Matthew Farber sits in 7th overall at 10.98. Rob Gottschall moving into 8th with 10.95. He's currently tied with Zach Torrey. And rounding out the top 10, our day 1 leader, Rhino Page, with a 10.92. So definitely a lot of shaking up left to be done here. I couldn't imagine watching all these right now at one time, trying to figure out who's gonna lead for the day. Only 32 pins separating the top 10 right now, so pretty crazy. Chris Vi, 1 pin behind in 11th at 10.91. Kyler McDonald in 12th at 10.89. Kyle Kroll, there we go, in 13th at 10.88. And John Janowitz in 14th, 10.87. AJ Chapman in 15th, 10.85. Andrew Colon, 10.84. Michael Eaton Jr., 10.82. So all those folks within 41 pins of the lead. And that is 17 bowlers right there. So anything can happen this last game. When we look at the overall heading into the final game, Jeff Fair is on top of the standing. So if he can hold on to that number 1 spot, he is going to be in very good position through 2 rounds. Jeff was 4th yesterday, currently sitting in 1st, so if he holds up in that spot, he'll be in at a total of 5. Rhino Page currently in 2nd in the overall with 11. AJ Chapman and Rob Gottschall tied for 3rd at 20. Andrew Kane rounds out the top 5 at 29, so obviously still a lot can change with those. But definitely some late game drama here, and I feel like a lot of running around by me as we finish up here. But that's what it's all about when we come to these events. We definitely bring out the best in these bowlers, and you'll get to read about all this craziness on bowl.com later tonight. course, be sure to check Facebook and social media as well. We'll post a story up there when we're all said and done. Sport of Bowling's on Facebook, facebook.com/USBC. We're also on Twitter @USBC. And if you're feeling extra generous, go ahead and follow me on Twitter @USBC Aaron. It is USBC AARON. Again, for all information concerning the team trials, be sure to visit bowl.com/Team USA Trials. There's also a link in the description below the video. From there, you'll find the schedule of everything this week, along with information and, of course, the 2016 results. Guessing that's been a very popular page in the past few days and few hours. I'm there right now looking up lane assignments, so we're going to see where some of our guys near the top of the standings are sitting. So I'm going to have to step away and run and see how they're doing this game. So you never know what's going to happen. for more information and line graphs of the patterns being used here at the 2016 Team USA Trials. Be sure to visit bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Click on 2016 results, and not only do we have the standings, but there's also a link to the pattern being used each day with a graph, so you can check those out. Today's pattern is the 40-foot Athens pattern. Tomorrow we will be on the 44-foot Tokyo pattern. Wednesday we'll transition to the shortest pattern we'll see this week, 34 feet, also known as Stockholm. And the longest pattern will be on Thursday, the final qualifying round. 45 feet in Rome. We kicked off the 2016 event with the 37-foot Melbourne pattern, so you see a ton of variety this week. We're hitting the home stretch here in the final game. All right, into the 7th. Zach Brandt delivers the strike to kick it off on 35 and 36. Logan crosses over to get the strike in the 7th. Rob Gottschall and AJ Chapman off to strong starts over to our left. Looks like they're on 29 and 30. Ryan Page also on that pair. Both are within shouting distance of making it to the top of the standings. Jeff Fair a few pairs further down. Looks like he's still looking for his first double. So definitely gonna be interesting coming down to the wire to see who's leading the day and who's gonna be our overall leader. But I assure you, our expert staff will let me know as soon as possible so we can run down the right person and get a few quick thoughts and a photo for Bowl.com later tonight. All right, another quick update from what we can see from here for some of the folks near the top of the standings. A.J. Chapman poised to possibly make a big move, sitting 15th coming into this game. I believe he has a chance to punch out for 269. He's actually up in the 8th frame right now, so that would be a pretty big jump. Jeff Fair still clean. But I don't believe he has a double yet. He was our leader coming into Game 5 for both the day and the overall. Rhino Page had an open in the 5th, which put him at 102. He's doubled since then. Rob Gottschall started off with the front 4, but has not struck in his last 3 shots and also had a split in there that he did not convert. So it's anybody's ball game. Right now we are in the 10th frame here on our feature pairs. So we'll have to wait and see how it all boils down when the final shot is thrown, scores are verified, and we will know who's leading for the day and overall. Miscue from Zach Brandt in the 10th. He'll finish with 210. Casey Cohagen finishes up at 164. Dakota Vostri with the hit to kick off the 10th. Logan Langer is going to finish up his round 2 qualifying here with his final shot. Gets to 166. Corbin Sadowski covers the washout. He'll get one more shot. Get to 166. It's Jacob Boris's first shot of the 10th over on 38. Foster closes up at 168. Definitely some struggles here in the final game of round number 2 on the 40-foot Athens pattern. Sadowski strikes for 166. Boris finishes at 135. Here's Tyler Romlovitz. Covers the spare. Finish up at 183. Here's our final look at Dan Knowlton, stepping up in the 10th, up on 38. Chad Mee runs a little high, doesn't get the 10 pin to fall though. Already a member of Junior Team USA in 2016. Had a nice performance at the 2015 Junior Gold Championships. Knowlton delivers a strike, so can still get to 193. Chad Mee can max out at 201. Stepping up on 37, Holden Luke. Chad Mee will finish with 199, 183 for Dan Knowlton. Holden Luke will take him as he gets him. Back-to-back Brooklyns, but after a long day of bowling, sometimes you just gotta take it. So he'll get one more shot here. Can get to 170 and wrap up our broadcast for today. Once again, a big thanks to everyone for tuning in throughout the day. We'll be back here on Bowl TV for the third round of men's qualifying at the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. local time here in Las Vegas. We're coming to you live from Gold Coast Hotel and Casino. Holden Luke finishes up 167. So we are all done for the day. Be sure to check out bowl.com later tonight with a recap of today's events. And that's going to do it for today. So this is Aaron Smith signing off. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Bowl TV.